Det kan jeg i hvert fald.
Yes, den virker. Er vi klar? Yes. Welcome to the first talk for this year's BornHack. Flummer is going to tell you about this year's batch. So enjoy.
Thank you. So yeah, welcome to the batch talk of 2022. Most of you probably got your badge at the check-in, and in this little presentation we'll go through sort of the specs of the badge and sort of little ideas on what sort of why stuff has been made as it is, and also at the end answer questions and if you have sort of what's what. This year's batch is based on the RP2040. It's a dual-core ARM processor. It's the one made by Raspberry Pi like a year and a half ago. It has some 16 megabyte of SPI flash and a color screen so that sort of the software side is very easy to sort of get going with. There are 4 buttons sort of to make easy sort of game navigation. And it also has a quick connector for adding other stuff to it in addition to the shitty add-on. And then a bunch of extra IOs on the edges and little prototyping areas. So the main processor is the RP2040. It's the Cortex M0 Plus. It's actually dual core. It runs on 133 megahertz. It has quite a lot of SRAM actually compared to these smaller processors, which makes them nice to use with stuff like CircuitPython or MicroPython to have the little extra RAM. The chip itself doesn't have any built-in flash, so we have that in a little extra chip next to it. And we've added 16 megabytes. 16 megabytes is a lot of space for microprocessors in general, but as we're using the same flash for media files, images, and so on, having extra space for extra things is pretty nice. This chip from Raspberry Pi is a little special. It is a dual-core ARM Cortex M0, but it has these programmable IOs, so it's like normally you have serial UARTs and you have I2C, you have SPI. These programmable UARTs, IOs are little extra registers, and you can sort of program them to do sort of similar things to these regular peripherals. And that way you can actually achieve sort of some speeds in some areas where writing regular code is not really, and you can sort of offload tasks to these programmable IOs. The batch comes with CircuitPython, and CircuitPython itself, in some of these libraries, utilize those, so you don't need to directly interface with them, but CircuitPython will use some of these features. The chip comes with a hard-coded bootloader, so if you don't want to use the CircuitPython that comes with it, it's very easy to go into this bootloader that you can't remove, you can't delete it by accident or anything, and then you can put whatever you want on it, either MicroPython or C or whatever. We have the Quick, or Stemma Qt. Quick is the SparkFun name for these little connector. Stemma Qt is the name that Adafruit uses for a connector that is identical, both electrically and sort of spec-wise. So it's VCC and ground in the connector. There's 4 pins, and then there's SDA and SCL. It works with many modules. Many companies make these compatible modules to one of these systems, and you can mix them as you see fit. It also has the shitty add-on, or it's the 6-pin versions. It has the key on the top, so you can rotate. If you use the correct connector on your shitty add-on, you can sort of put it on incorrectly, and also has the mechanical strength of the slightly larger connector. This connector also uses I2C. It's a very simple protocol. It's easy to add it to your add-ons. In the hardware hacking sense, SparkFun has sponsored a bunch of these quick modules. So if you want to play with reading from a sensor or changing a relay or something, there are some modules there you can play with. If you make something awesome, you're welcome to keep the module. If you're just playing with it, you can just put it back in the box again, and then others can play with that afterwards. They aren't enough for everybody, but to play with, that should be okay. Kramse also brought a large box of various other bits and bobs, and you're welcome to just play with those and integrate them into your projects and make awesome things. The badge has 4 holes in it. Those can be used as sort of mechanical mounting. You can, if you make a case or if you want to add these proto boards. There's a whole bunch of proto boards up in the hardware hacking also. You're welcome to take those and add stuff to them, solder through them. The screw mounting is actually used to carry VCC and ground from the badge up onto the board. There are little spacers in the box down there, these little brass spacers, and screws that are, the shortest screw you find down there will actually work from both, like one set from the front and one set from the back, and they will hold on the board nicely. You can solder on the little quick connector, and then you can break I2C up to this via a little cable if you want to. If you sort of think, maybe these 4 buttons are a little too little for my game, then there are extra add-on, sort of IOs for the chip. They're put on the edges of the board with these little rounded in one end and flat on the other. You can either use these alligator clips to grab onto these, or you can wrap some like a conductive thread around them and tie a little knot because they're plated in there, in the hole, so the connection should be fairly okay. Otherwise, you can of course also solder a wire to it. I think maybe one of these PIOs can maybe be used to do sort of capacitive touch sensing on these. I haven't tried it, but I think it's if somebody wants to play with that, it should be possible, I think. On the inside of the badge, so if you have the badge here, these 2 are analog inputs. They could, for instance, be used for a little analog joystick on this side. Kuro has made a little add-on, and so if you're interested in something like that, go find him, and I'm sure he can sort of assist in there. I've heard something about a game that maybe used that could run on the badge. The other ones are just regular IOs, the 10 and 11. They're called D10 and D11 inside the code. And then there's a TX2 and RX2. Those are just serial UARTs. You can also use them as just regular pins, but they can be used as a UART also for serial communication. Maybe you can connect 2 badges together with the wires. You might need the ground wire also to have it fully working. The badge comes with CircuitPython preloaded. It's very easy to get going. There's a code.py file in the root. That one includes a menu that Isaac has made in recent days. It lists all the apps that are inside the apps folder. So if you copy one of these, there's a little about app that just sort of shows some text. But if you copy that one, name it my cool game.py, it will be listed in the menu, and then when you click it in the menu, either X or Y button, it goes into that py file, loads it, and it will run your app, and when it's done, it will return to the menu. The lib folder is for CircuitPython libraries. You can just copy in libraries and share them for your code on the badge. There are also some other folders right now. There's an image folder that shows the splash image when the batch starts up, and there's a sponsors folder that holds all the sponsors logo that the sponsors app use. It mounts as a match storage device, but at the same time it also presents a USB serial port on your computer. So if you want to have like debug output while you're sort of coding or changing the files, you can actually connect to that serial port and you will get the output when it reboots. You can also go into Rebel and run Python commands directly on the batch. For inspiration on doing all sorts of things, maybe making your batch into a keyboard where you can use the buttons for up, down, right, left, or other things, macro pad style things. Learn.adafruit.com is a giant source of a lot of examples. You can also make it into a MIDI device that sort of presents, you can send MIDI commands to your computer and have a synthesizer software, and the computer maybe does audio and so on. If CircuitPython is maybe a little too slow for you, it is not the fastest, but if you want to have more performance, it's very easy to get into this UF2 bootloader. You just hold down the boot button while you click the reset, or you can hold down when you power it up. Then it goes into the UF2 bootloader. It'll show up as a RP2 UF2 device. When you just copy over a firmware UF2 file, or whatever it's named, it will reprogram the batch with that firmware. So whatever toolchain you're using, could be C or Rust or MicroPython or whatever, copy it over that way and you'll be up and running. Many examples that you can use for Raspberry Pi Pico will run more or less unchanged on this. You might have to change sort of pin assignments and so on, but otherwise it'll be pretty much exactly the same code. So if you find an example that's, okay, I can use my Pico for that, you can probably also use the batch here. If you want to use the screen and so on, you have to load libraries for that. The screen is connected via SPI. This is actually the same as for previous batches. You don't have to put batteries in the batch. You can simply just plug a USB cable in, and it will be powered via USB. You can also put 2 AA batteries in. They have to be sort of with the plus going up in both sides. I know many times it's sort of one of them the other way, but this here is plus up in both of them. If you have USB power on the batch and the batteries in, it will always prioritize USB power. And even the power switch only affects the battery. If you plug a USB in, it'll turn on the batch. These USB-C connectors, they usually have a little extra pins. It is a low pin count USB-C connector on this one, so you don't have all the high-speed differential pairs and so on, because that chip doesn't really have that. But there are 2 extra pins that sort of wasn't used for anything. They're called SBU for sideband use. And I have decided to connect the RX1 and TX1 on the RP2040 to those pins. The idea is that you could connect 2 batches together with the USB-C cable, though this USB-C cable has to be some of the slightly more fancy ones, as these wires need to be inside the cable, and normal cheap cables might not have these. But it could be super fun to have a little 2-player game, maybe shooting on one batch and shooting out of the top of the screen. Shots from the other player can come down in the top or something like that. The other thing is that the RP2040 can do host mode. So you can also set one of the batches up for host and the other one for device. And that way actually communicate via USB. But that's a little more sort of advanced on the communication side. But that might be libraries that sort of be found and used. All the details are available on our GitHub repo. The default branch that is shown on GitHub is the hardware branch that has all the design schematics, hardware designs. There should be a PDF file with a schematic to find sort of if you want to do Rust programming or C, you can find the pinouts for each of the buttons and screens and so on. There are also other branches. It might be a slightly unorthodox way of doing it, but the other branches are not sort of variants of the hardware. They are like the software, the firmware that goes on there. So these branches are just, have been other repos, but having one URL we've decided that that's easier just to have that single URL to find everything, and then switch between branches. You can check out multiple branches if you want in different folders if you want to have access to all of it at the same time. Some of them include example code, the menu is there, the little test apps and so on. And if you guys make other little games or whatever, you're very welcome to just do pull requests to that repo, and we'll do our best to sort of get them in there. We dream of having like a whole collection of little games or apps or name tags or whatever. There are also brands with the add-on, the white add-on boards I showed earlier. PCBWay has sponsored the PCBs on the badge and also the add-ons, and they also assembled these boards. I would say somewhat in record time. I submitted the files in June 20th, and July 20th I had them in my hand. Normally it takes 5 weeks, and that's a normal year. Right now getting parts is somewhat tricky, and that is one of the reasons we are using this RP2040, because that's actually one of the chips that currently in the world are available. My guess is because the car industry doesn't use it and other sort of that type of companies. So most of the other parts, except for the RP2040, are actually Chinese branded parts, sort of in an attempt to have it easier to source the part and not sort of run out and say, oh, we need this part, we have to wait 4 weeks for that. With the timelines we use for these batches, waiting 4 weeks is sadly not an option. So, but it actually worked out very well. SparkFun has sponsored these modules. They're in a box in the hardware hacking. You just go have fun. There's also a coupon code if you want to make your own little add-ons. It's not a lot. It pays for 10 boards of this size, roughly. But you have to pay shipping yourself. They also do other things like metal cutting and bending and 3D printing. On Sunday, from 15 to 16-ish, there'll be a batch live meetup in the hardware hacking and in the start tent outside. Come hang out, bring your best hacks or whatever. The idea is to just do an informal hanging around, chatting about batches, electronics, hacking, that sort of things. But of course also use the hardware hacking until then. It's open 24/7. There are soldering irons, there are a bunch of parts. All the parts that we had last year are also there, and a bunch more. So should be a nice place to hang out if you're sort of interested in electronics. You can also do other stuff. It doesn't have to be batch related. So very welcome to just use the tools there. Any questions? Yes.
Hello. When you decided the names for the buttons
Yes.
on the side, how come you didn't go for either Nintendo or any of the known ones?
So the buttons are actually the same naming as has been on all the previous BornHack badges. So all the way back to, I think, 17, which the first year we had 4 buttons in that way. So I went with that. And I'm maybe not enough of a gamer to know all these standard patterns. So that's why they are like this. One of the ideas is that some of the previous badges, you could rotate them and use them in both in this way or in this way. So having X and having them sort of, you could flip them is one of the ideas. But yeah, that's the reason they're named as they are.
Other questions? No? Well, thank you, Flommer.
Thank you. Skidt som i varm, eller hvad? Cool.
får jeg sådan et blåt blink en gang imellem. Hvad kan det blive?
Ikke noget på præsentation.
Ja.
Den kørte jo fint.
Men det kan være, det er Thomas laptop.
Eller min shitty adapter ting.
Ja, okay, du har en adapter på. Ja. Lad os lige prøve at se, om det sker med min. Nu har jeg lagt den der supersource tilbage ind. Kan jeg gøre et eller andet for at tvinge den til at gemme, eller?
Faktisk ikke huske, hvordan der er lige med gemme sådan en. Du kan jo godt sige, gem alt.
Ja, det har jeg gjort, så får jeg en fil.
Nej, men du kan ikke sige, gem start ting ned på den der.
Hvordan gør jeg det?
File, save startup state.
Ah!
Så gemmer den alt, du har sat på den.
Ja.
Til nogen grad.
Okay.
Og det fortæller også, hvilken en, der er valgt, om den er, hvilken kanal der er starten op. Så hvis du mister power og kommer op igen, så er det den, der starter med.
den her, så kan man ligesom se, nu kommer der noget igennem.
Something. Or you could use the handle Armorone if that's easier.
Amarone?
Yeah. Or you could say brown lizard, because that's what it means. Whatever you find easiest.
Let's test. Okay, we are now at 12 o'clock on the first day here at in the speakers tent. It is very warm, so please remember to drink a lot of water and wear a cap and drink even more water after that. The next presentation we have is Armorone, who's going to talk a bit about the danger of client-side scanning. Let's give a round of applause for Armorone.
Thank you. The European Union is proposing something very bad, and I'm going to tell you about it and why it's bad. I am the one person presenting this, but we've actually been talking about it in CryptoHagen, so it's not just, I don't deserve all the credit. So I don't really have slides, but I will put the outline over here. Oh, that didn't work so well. Let's try it. First is, I'm going to say proposal, second, why, and third, like things you could do. So in the last 3 years, there have been proposals that are effectively like, we're going to surveil everyone more in order to do something about child sexual abuse material and the solicitation of children on the internet for sexual abuse. And the first one is abbreviated CSAM, and the latter is abbreviated grooming. So these are like bad things, and the proposal is we're going to surveil people more so we can find these things and stop these things and bring the perpetrators to justice. There have been proposals in 2020 and 2021, and they were both, like, people said they were bad, and they didn't go anywhere. And then 2022, in May, there was another proposal. This proposal is number, I'll have notes on the page for this presentation, so you can see everything that I'm saying with all these references and links to papers and stuff. But I'll put the key stuff here. So this number proposal would, it hasn't been passed, would require that tech companies screen their platforms for child sexual abuse material and establish the EU Center on Child Sexual Abuse to coordinate this screening. And supposedly these rules are supposed to rescue children from abuse, prevent CSAM from reappearing online, and to bring offenders to justice. The proposal is quite vague about how it would be implemented. So I'll tell you some things that could be related that already exist. So one technique that I suspect would be used, but might not be adequate, would be to effectively, we create a database of sexual abuse material, and we compare every message on like Facebook or Signal or whatever to this database. And it would probably only work for images so simply. So a very simple way is you hash every known, you have some like central party that collects all the child sexual abuse material that's been reported, and it takes a hash of each image. It could be like an MD5 hash. And then on every client service, you take an MD5 hash of every image that's ever shared, as it's shared, and you compare them, and if there's a match, you send it to Big Brother. I know two systems, I found papers saying that two systems like this exist, and I'm sure there are many more. One I found is from the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, and another is from Apple. And I'm sure there are others, but these two I have linked to some papers about them in case you want to read about them. So one way you could do this is with like an MD5 hash. You can also use what is called a perceptual hash function, so that if you have two images that are similar, they will have similar hash values. And that way, I guess like if the image is resized or something, you can, I mean, the simple version, if it's resized, you can match it, but also it can be a much more distant match. And later I'll mention you can have really bad false positives. So still, like probably like hacker people don't like this already, but you know, the people who like this say that this is good, but we need more because we're having more child sexual abuse material, and we need more advanced methods than even perceptual hashing. And this is where like artificial intelligence, whatever that is, will come about. But still, an image-based system only works for detection of probably known child sexual abuse material. Maybe with some more advanced system, we could detect like child sexual abuse material that we didn't know about before. Or maybe we could detect stuff that's happening by text, such as solicitation for sexual activities, grooming. And in practice, like I don't think the regulation says you need to have a human review this. I guess it would be really scary to me if they implemented this and there was no human review. But because there's human review, at some point, someone's going to read your private communications if there's a false positive. So if like you have an image of your dog that's marked as child sexual abuse material, someone will have to review this image and see that you took a picture of your dog. And I think even if we have like MD5 as the hash function, we will have false positives because you can have legitimate purposes. Like if you're two organizations that stop trying to detect and stop child sexual abuse material, they might share images between each other. So even in that case, you're going to have false positives. But if we use some complex artificial intelligence, surely there's going to be a lot of false positives. And one more point before, actually no, I have a fun story on this last point. Years ago, I introduced two people who happened to work on detecting child sexual abuse material and other bad stuff. And they were like, one of them had some really cool idea that the other one really liked, and they wanted to share the information. So the one sent an email to the other, and I was sitting right with them. And he said, okay, I'm sending you the email, but I'm not going to say what we were talking about. So like even two people who are employed in the business of like stopping child sexual abuse can't say in their email that that's what they're doing. Anyway, so I'm still on the topic of what is generally being proposed and how it might be implemented. One more point on this. I called the talk client-side scanning, and I don't really like the name. Client-side scanning means I'm going to scan, I send you a message, and before you receive the message, some third party is going to scan it, compare it against the known bad images. And that is one thing that would probably be part of this, but there are many other things that would be, that could have maybe accomplished this. I think the client-side scanning is particularly relevant if we have end-to-end encryption, because if there's end-to-end encryption, we need some way to do the scanning while pretending to still maintain the end-to-end encryption. I wonder, did I lose everyone? Because I don't have slides and pretty pictures, and maybe that helps. Okay, great, thank you. So I said I would do, let's do this again. I said I would do what the proposal is. Now I'm going into the Y section of actually, I actually have two Y sections. I have why it's bad, and then why people might have proposed such a bad thing. And I'm going to start with why it's bad. And I learned once that if you want to convince people of something, you should do three things. You should say, they're called in Greek, I'm going to say it wrong, like pathos, logos, and ethos, maybe? One of them is logical argument, one of them is some very emotional example, and the other is some authority. And I think people here care most about the first one, but I hope I won't bore you too much with the other two. So I'll first do the logical reasons. I think the privacy risk is kind of clear. Yes, and at some point, I pretty much already said that. There's going to be false positives. Someone's going to have to review it. And do you actually trust everyone in whoever, it could be the EU Center for whatever they're calling it, or it could be any of these companies that have to implement this. Someone there will be reviewing it, and it's probably not someone who, it's probably not a very, you're going to need a lot of people reviewing it, so I don't really trust that they're going to do everything properly. If we have to scan, if we have a communication between me and you, and we're doing end-to-end encryption, we can't do this. So there has to be some method of breaking the end-to-end encryption. One way to do it is we scan the image on your laptop before you encrypt it. Another is there's some master key that can decrypt your encryption. Either way, if you're going to follow the rule, your end-to-end encryption is broken because maybe there's a false positive. If you're actually sharing child sexual abuse material, the end-to-end encryption will be broken. But if you're doing a false positive, it will also be broken. So that's the freedom reasons. But there are other reasons why it's bad. First is it's not known to be helpful for stopping child sexual abuse. Yes, so 2 points related to this. One is this newfangled technique is not shown to be effective. And a specific reason why it's not, and then there's, first it's not known to be effective. Now we can speculate why it won't be effective. One reason it might not be effective is that according to a board member at the Child Protection Association of Germany, Joachim Türk, most illegal online activities already occur via forums and the dark web. And I do not think that the dark web will implement this. And then even if you implement it, even if I'm a criminal and I'm going to keep communicating by some place that's going to implement it, maybe I can find a way to work around it, especially if it's like implemented something like on the client application, I can find a way around it, you know. So yes, not shown to be effective, good reason to think it won't be effective. Also, there are already effective methods, and maybe we should just use them more. So like, I found some articles about like police say that they can't get content like child sexual abuse material removed, but if just some random guy emails the service provider and says this is illegal, remove it, the provider will remove it right away. So I didn't really look that much into. So I saw what the guy wrote, but I didn't check how correct it was. But there's something about that. But also some other guy was writing, like just normal police work works. You don't need this mass surveillance. So I said, the reasons it's bad for freedom, it doesn't work. It's also, I said it breaks end-to-end encryption. It also creates a bunch of new attacks because I found a paper that does this. You can read it in more detail. And he went to like, depending on how you implement it, there could be different new attacks. You can imagine like if you have some master decryption key, or if we have something running on the clients, there could be new attacks. Well, the thing is, the proposal is vague about what would be implemented, so you need to have a bunch of different possibilities of what might be implemented so that you can say why they're all bad. Okay, and then the last reason why it's bad is that children also need privacy. So you're monitoring, like, the main thing is you're monitoring if like a child is being solicited for sex or something. And so you're scanning everyone's message, but you're also scanning the child's message to protect the child. But in doing this, you're reducing the privacy of the child. So those are some reasons why it's bad. Now I'll give you a practical example that will make you feel so emotional to see why it's bad. Does anyone here use end-to-end encryption? I think a lot of you use end-to-end encryption, yeah. Like, I'll count Signal, or CryptPad, for example. So these, like, if you use Signal or CryptPad or email with GPG, I guess the encryption would have to be broken in order for this to comply. So suppose, like, you're using something like this to communicate with your spouse, and one day you share a picture of your dog, and that's marked as a known, as a, that matches, that's a false positive match with an image, and I found a paper that they were able to contrive there were some like examples they found that were like in the wild collisions that didn't look anything like each other, but then they also were able to find one that's like a child looked like a dog. So it's totally conceivable that a picture of a dog could match some known child sexual abuse material. And so if you share that, and then also maybe you say something about meeting somewhere, and maybe altogether this is going to be a false positive for child sexual abuse material and grooming, then probably a lot of your correspondence gets shared. And if you had like passwords in your correspondence, that's bad. If you mention something that's like the normal things, if you mention something that's legal where you are but not somewhere else, or it's illegal in the future or something, so everyone has something to hide. So you are, now your privacy is gone and you didn't do anything wrong. Meanwhile, the people who are abusing the children know to use illegal stuff that doesn't have this surveillance implemented. And then, so that was the sad feeling example why this is bad. And now the last thing is bad is what some authorities say. And I think usually hackers aren't so into this, but I hope these are okay. There was a similar, so these examples are not directly on the proposal, but they're related enough, I think. There was an issue where German police was doing some general scanning for terrorists, and this went to court in Germany, and it was determined that data screening is legal only in the presence of concrete danger. So a general threat of terrorism does not suffice, and that was determined to be bad. There was also, from the 2020 proposal, that was similar to the 2022 proposal to surveil everyone in order to stop child sexual abuse. The European Data Protection Supervisor had some report on this, and it said a lot of great things, and one of the things it said is that confidentiality of communications is a cornerstone of the fundamental rights to respect for private and family life. Even voluntary measures by private companies, and the proposal is a requirement, not a voluntary measure, but even voluntary measures would constitute an interference with these rights when the measures involve monitoring and analysis of the content of communications and processing of personal data. And then the last big authority is the UN Human Rights Council, which did not have, I didn't find some report specifically on this, but they had some report on freedom on maybe the internet or something. And I think like the German Constitutional Court is like kind of maybe a normal kind of mainstream opinion that like we can't, it's illegal to scan for terrorists, just general scanning. The European Data Protection Supervisor I got to is a little bit closer to the hacker one, but the UN Human Rights Council report I think is like crazy hacker level. Because they say that encryption and anonymity play a critical role in securing the rights of freedom and expression, and they specifically mention Tor, that Tor should be protected and promoted. Like, instead of saying we need to scan all the children's communications to protect them from sexual abuse, we say we need to give children Tor. So I think the Human Rights Council would also say this is a bad regulation. And this, of course, begs the question, why would people propose something so bad? And I have two ideas. One is that people don't realize it's impossible to do what they want, that because all these proposals say that we are going to protect the children, and at the same time we need to preserve everyone's privacy, including the privacy of the children. I found one report by one civil society group that I thought demonstrated this, if there's a lack of understanding, it demonstrated it well. I don't want to call out this particular group because I imagine it's just the report that I happened to find. I suspect there's others that have the same view, but I did reference the report. So it's some group that does some, it's called Five Rights. I guess I'll call it out, but I said it, you know. It's probably not just them, that do something related to protecting children. And they had this very long report about very wonderful things about all the rights that children have, and I think all humans should have these rights, not just children, but all these wonderful rights that they need. And then there was just one paragraph in this very long report saying that the children need privacy, but the privacy should not protect the child sex abusers, nor interfere with child sexual abuse detection systems. But that's all they said on it, like 1 or 2 sentences. So they didn't say how you're supposed to protect the privacy, but not interfere with the child sexual abuse detection systems. And like maybe they were hiding that they didn't know, or maybe they truly didn't know, but the point here is one theory is that people actually think it's possible to scan all the messages for child sexual abuse while not destroying freedom. But the other theory is maybe more fun. It's a conspiracy theory. There is this group called Thorn that is like started by this famous guy, Ashton Kutcher, who they're like stop child sexual abuse on the internet thing. And so Ashton Kutcher and other people from Thorn have been lobbying the EU to have proposals like this. So you could say like they're just another people who don't know better, like they think it's possible. But actually, they also have a proprietary screening service that it seems to me like they sell it, actually. Even though Thorn is a foundation, they have this proprietary scanning service called Safer that I think they sell. And it could be that Safer requires the client side, I mean, they already have customers. Maybe if it were required that we surveil everyone, they would have more customers. So they've been lobbying the EU government, and the person, someone who's been involved in this, I don't really know anything about government, so I'm not going to say like a big word like a proposed, because I don't actually know what that means. But Ursula von der Leyen has been quite involved in this particular proposal. So it could be like they talked to her because the lobbyists talked to her because she's actually proposed similar style of thing, like surveil people to protect the children before, which gave her the nickname Censusula in Germany, apparently, like 10 years ago. So yes, so we got to that was why it's bad and why people might want to do it anyway. Now the last point, maybe there's something we can do about it. There's already like a bunch of groups writing about how bad it is, which made it easy for me to tell you how bad it is. And I linked to some of those in these notes that you will be able to find in the program. But also, this was proposed in May, so there hasn't been a big European election since it's been proposed. And it's possible that this, like, whenever the Danish election comes up, it will be the first big election that, since this has been proposed, so it might be something we should keep in mind. And like, yeah. So that's all. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Henrik. There's at least two problems with these things in general. One is about the very emotional that we talk about child sex abuse, and everybody wants to protect against that, but they spend a lot of time arguing about that before they get to the second part where they say we must protect the children, which again is something that you really can't do these systems that detect it reliably. And we have seen it with antivirus systems, and we also have the similar parallels with terrorism, where you cannot detect terrorism because we have like 200 definitions of what terror is. So they skip the part of what is possible, and then they use a lot of time on the emotional part. And I'm not sure how we could combat that or how we can argue against that. I typically try to shut down the first part, saying that we all want that, so you don't have to talk more about that. But any ideas about how we can fight it would be nice.
Well, I've given you my ideas so far. One is to say it doesn't work. And the other is to, it said doesn't work. I did all three. It doesn't work. I gave the emotional argument, and I gave the authorities what they're saying. Another point is this is one of the reasons I like the conspiracy theory, because I think it makes more sense than, like, people really don't know. But, I mean, it could be combined, you know, like, you hire people who don't know better to lobby. Maybe that helps. But anyone else have ideas?
Not an idea, but another question. Which legislation is superior? If I have an Apple phone, is it the American legislation that needs to scan my phone, or is it the European that has to scan my phone, or is it the Australian that I communicate with?
I don't know.
No, but that's also a problem.
Yeah. Wait, so do you say which is better or which applies?
Which applies? Which is superior? Which legislation?
Oh, I see.
Or should we all?
Probably they all. Yeah. I mean, it's also not defined. It's the internet is. Yeah. We have one here.
Any more questions? Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good point. That's the problem. Oh wait, actually no, I do have some. I can say something vaguely related to that. So this article that I read about, like, it was some journalist who was questioning this idea that the police can't take down stuff. He was saying, the police say there's like, the abuse material is in offshore servers, so we can't do anything about it. Well, first thing is, if you just email them, they'll take it down, regardless of where it is. But usually it's like in some place with good internet, like Europe, you know? So it might not even matter which one's superior. Like, it might all just already be covered.
Hi,
Yeah.
I'm Karen. Thanks very much for the presentation. There has been some debate about the proposal from the Commission already, but mainly from, I'm in the European Parliament, and mainly from colleagues from Germany that have been aware of this chat control proposal. How will we be able to unify sort of the populations and the opinions in other countries? Because I can do some stuff in the European Parliament as a Danish MEP, but unless we put pressure on the Danish government to stop it at the European Council and in other European countries do the same, then how is there a debate about this in other countries than Germany? And for the audience, how do we actually make this a debate that's going on in Denmark? And so suggestions for that. And then also you were mentioning the lobbying towards the EU institutions. Has there been any proof of that? Has there been any questions asked? Because otherwise that is something that we perhaps should look at asking questions on.
Yes. So to the first point, how to unify people, I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. If I knew better, maybe I would go into politics. To the second point, yes, a bunch of people have made freedom of information requests to competent authorities to get these meetings with Thorn. And in the link that you'll see in the program, you can see all of these. Actually, you know, I can even open them right now. Okay. So, yes, so like, there are so many, but here we go. Like, someone requested a list of all the meetings with Thorn from a Swedish government, and this has like, here are all the meetings. There were a bunch. So I guess actually the list of meetings itself isn't all that interesting, but the person who requested it maybe is quite interesting. Does that help? More questions? Okay.
Then we go on to the next question.
Yeah, maybe it's also a comment. I think the last success we had was 11 years ago with ACTA. And here it actually managed to go into the public media, and we went to the streets and we did everything. I just don't know why it happened, but at some point we made it to a critical mass, and then it was actually easier at least. So we mass-mailed politicians and we did a lot of things. So I think that could at least teach us a little bit about what is possible, instead of us saying, okay, nothing is possible. Do you agree?
I don't really understand how normal people work. I mean, sometimes in very special contexts, with many years of study, I can learn. I do happen to have like a qualified source had a theory on the ACTA thing. Maybe I'll tell you later, but her theory was that it was because of Polish soccer fans who couldn't watch their soccer, I think. That's why if I might be remembering incorrectly, whether it was ACTA or something else, but I definitely remember it was Polish soccer fans that couldn't watch their soccer. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Here?
Yep.
You mentioned that already, but there is definitely also an unwillingness of the police to do what is necessary to get these materials offline. There has been a report on public German television where the reporter sneaked himself into several child porn forums where there were shareholder links to such material, and he just reported that to the admins of the machines where the stuff was, and it disappeared within hours or in the worst cases days, and like 80% were hosted in the US and Germany. So it really works, and that begs the question if that was really the thing it's all about. Why don't they just do it? Because it's proven that it works. So there might be other ideas behind constructing such an infrastructure to do other things than going against child porn.
Yes, I suspect that's the exact same article that I read. It was... It's a TV report. Well, I messed this up. The person was... it was either... No, it was Robert Bongen and Daniel Mosbucher is what I have. But you know, since I just want to point out, because you bring up the topic of like reporting when you see the child sexual abuse material on the website and reporting it, that is just part of this, and that's kind of like the easy thing, because if it's known to, if it's already in the database, it's pretty easy to do this, and this regulation the proposal would do much more than that. I mean, maybe it wouldn't actually, but like the way it's written, it would have to, in order to comply, you would have to do much more than that, than just taking down the material.
I think 11 years ago with ACTA, there was the luck that the digital rights community and the sort of anti-globalization and anti-capitalist movements came together in a common cause and therefore managed to stop a trade deal with the US. And I think that was perhaps why it succeeded 11 years ago. I think in order to stop the proposal on chat control, I think we need to emphasize on the fact that it doesn't work, that it will not make lives safer for children, because if we just say it's bad for all of our privacy, even though that we feel that this is an important enough argument, others will say, well, if the balance is saving children on the internet and giving up a little bit of our privacy, then we will prefer saving the children on the internet. So we'll have to say that this is not something that is going to work, and it is going to be cost too much, where the lobbying from the company that wants to perhaps sell their filtering mechanism might come in handy, and then also saying, well, I mean, we need to use police resources in an effective manner to actually help children that are being groomed or abused. And I think those are the sort of the arguments that we need to play on, because if we just say it's bad for our privacy and it's not, in order to save children, then I don't think we'll mobilize that many people. So I think we really need to emphasize on what would work, rather than, and then we might be able to stop this throwing tech at a societal problem, which I think this is. They had the original proposal from 2020 that didn't come forward, and then they're now trying again, saying, okay, we have this problem that we don't know how to deal with, and therefore let's just throw some technology at it and see if it sticks.
Thank you.
Actually, if I may just also bounce off of that point, there's another aspect to it which I think is really important. It's not necessarily that it doesn't help, it can actually make the situation much worse. Because as it currently stands, the people who are distributing this material feel comfortable distributing it over WhatsApp. Catch one of them and you've got the phone numbers of all the others. If we pass this law, we will push them onto the dark web or other distribution means which are more difficult to trace. So as a result, basically, it will actually make the lives of these people easier, and it will make it much harder to catch them. So I think that's also something that we should push, that not only will it not work, it might actually make the situation worse.
Gives me two thoughts. Actually, both of the last two comments give me. One of the thoughts is we don't have any evidence to say it will work, which is a reason not to do this. But unfortunately, we don't have any evidence like where someone implemented it and it didn't work, so that we can point to. It would kind of be nice if we did. It would be a very easy argument. And then to the theory that they're already comfortable using WhatsApp, so they would be pushed onto another service. There is a competing theory that because you can share it on like normal protocols, then it becomes normalized to distribute child sexual abuse material, and so more people will do it. So I think that argument itself, like with an example, like with an experiment or something, that would work. But on its own, I don't think it works.
Any more questions? No? Thank you very much for a very interesting talk.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Perfect. Can you hear me? Yeah. Does the camera follow? Because I will later move on. Okay, because I will later stand there and explain things on the stream, so be prepared.
Okay, we are ready to start with the presentation here in the speakers tent. A little information before. Please remember to drink a lot of water during the day and get some sunscreen. If you don't have any, try to find someone who's willing to share it, because it is absolutely necessary in this heat. The next presentation we have is the one with the braid, or in Danish, den med flætning, who's going to give us a presentation about framework. Give a round of applause, please.
Yeah, hello. Thanks a lot for attending. My name is the one with the braid, or as said, den med flætning in Danish. And yeah, I'm a software developer using mostly Flutter and Dart as the programming language and framework. I'm interested in Linux, Matrix, and Flutter. Yeah, and that's why I thought, well, let's give a short introduction into performant development using Flutter, because you can do any garbage with Flutter too, of course. So, yeah. We will start with some basic information on how to use Flutter, what it is, look at the basic concepts of Flutter, because Flutter made some huge progress compared to previous patterns in software development, especially in mobile development. Yeah, later on, a short look on animations, and yeah, how to be in particular performant when doing animations and optimizing animations, because in my opinion, animation and motion is a huge part of user experience, and I know software developers like tech, but we should always keep in mind the users too. And at the end, we will look a bit on how rendering is done with Flutter. Yeah, and that's it. So that's how I'm going to amuse you the next few minutes. Yeah, what is Flutter? Flutter is a software development kit. It consists of the Dart programming language, which is a programming language which was started in development, I think, between 2013 and 2015 by Google. It was just built for later use with Flutter. And yeah, that's why it's highly optimized for the context of Flutter. Flutter itself, as already mentioned, is a software development kit exposing advanced libraries for rendering, localization, animation, interaction with native components for many, many platforms. Flutter itself runs or creates applications capable of running as web page, as mobile apps on Android or iOS, running on Windows as native Windows app, as universal Windows platform app, as Linux app, as Mac app, running on Google Fuchsia or on Linux embedded devices. So it's pretty much covering any platform you want to target with any code. And it does not consist of JavaScript, because most cross-platform development is done with JavaScript at that time. And Google's aim was in developing Flutter was not using JavaScript. Yeah, and that's it. At a glance, what's particularly typical for Flutter? Flutter is very easy to use. It's very easy to install. You can even run Flutter live on a website called Dartpad. So if you just want to have a quick look at it, you don't even have to install it. You can use live coding on dartpad.dev, for example. Other major part of Flutter is something called widgets. Widgets are the UI components of Flutter. I will talk about them later. And Flutter is highly extensible using plugins, and compared to native development from, for example, Android, or if you look at HTML or whatsoever, it provides the design and the layout and the UI as part of the code, which makes you getting rid of dedicated files for layout, design, and so on, and the code itself, as you know, for example, from Android with XML files for the UI, or from HTML, where you have dedicated HTML files for layout, JavaScript stuff for everything which does something, and CSS for styling. Yeah, if you look for extensions on Flutter, for packages, libraries, native integrations, may it be accessing a camera or playing fancy videos or sharing stuff, you have the website pub.dev listing many fancy and interesting plugins and packages for Flutter. Yeah. For those of you who want to install it, it's pretty easy. Just clone a Git repository or install it however you like. You can also download a zip, but it's pretty much just downloading this repository, adjusting the path, and just executing Flutter, and then you can enjoy it. Or, as mentioned, just visit dartpad.dev, where you can use Flutter just within your browser. So let's have a look on, apart from what I already told, Flutter is made of. Yeah, Flutter itself is a framework written in Dart. You have it up here, which consists of UI libraries like a material library. The material library is everything we know from Android-like design, material design by Google, or you could also create Cupertino-style, iOS hence, like UIs whatsoever. There's also a library for Windows-like design, if anyone likes that. Yeah, and everything which is design, everything you can see on the screen, it consists of widgets. So widgets are the small UI elements you can nest within each other, you can extend, you can build on. They are called widgets in Flutter. Example would be a button, the entire app, your text, everything is widgets. It's all widgets. Yeah, below the widgets you have rendering. Of course, well, it must know how to render stuff, and that's what we have the rendering library. So widgets basically extend rendering objects, and below those there are libraries written in Dart being responsible for painting, capturing gestures, performing high-quality animations, controlling their flow, and below you have the foundation allowing the interaction with the layer below. The foundation exposes libraries giving information on which platform you run on. For example, for detection of web, there's a fancy constant being provided in the foundation library, and everything which is very low, well, low level compared for a high level framework, is part of the foundation. So that's the Dart part of Flutter. That's what the Flutter tool, that's what Flutter, the SDK, ships for you. Below that, you have the engine. The engine is what basically does the rendering, what runs the runtime. It's implemented for every platform on its own, so there's an implementation running Flutter applications on Android, there's an engine for web, and so on. So dedicated implementation in order to run all those fancy high-level elements on the platform it is supposed to run on. That may be platform channels in the, yeah, for example, you have platform channels in the engine exposing developers the capability of accessing native code for plugins. I already mentioned, for example, camera access. That's something which a framework doing rendering is not capable of, and that's which is basically done by platform channels. Also, rendering is done by the engine, of course. Well, we now know by Dart how something should look like, but we still need the engine to perform the actual rendering. That's done by Skia on most platforms. Skia is a more or less fancy rendering library. Yeah, that's it. Also, very important part is accessibility. Accessibility is also done on engine layer, so that the accessibility features of the framework are exposed to the native accessibility features of the platform it runs on. That may be, for example, text-to-speech, area attributes on web, or whatsoever. Yeah, and the embedder, yeah, that embeds all this stuff into the native platform stuff, sets up the context where it renders on, and so on, which is highly different on all platforms. And there again, you see Flutter runs on every platform. It includes Fuchsia, desktops, mobile, and web. That's pretty everything I could imagine of to run on, even Linux embedded. Yeah. I was mentioning widgets many times. Widgets are the basic components of Flutter, and there are basically two different types of widgets: stateless and stateful widgets. I mean, their name, well, you may assume stateless widgets are stateless. They have no state. They are immutable. They are once created, and in case anything is to be changed, they must be completely rebuilt. That could be, for example, a text widget, an image, a button, a list. Yeah, so they can be constant, so you can just create a predefined widget which is compiled as it is, so it cannot be changed in any way. Stateful widgets, in opposite, provide methods to modify them at runtime. There's a very famous method called setState, well, which sets the state. I will later provide code examples, but yeah, that's the pretty much the difference. So stateful widgets can change their state. They can interact with the parents' widget's state. So for example, widgets are nested as any UI is nested. For example, if we have a list and we have an item in a list which should be given the first number or the first index of an array, and if the parenting array changes, a stateless widget would be just rebuilt. A stateful widget could decide upon a method which is called didUpdateWidget whether it should rebuild. The other way around, a stateful widget could also say, hey, I was just pressed, let's change my color. So yeah, and a stateful widget would need to interact with the parenting widget for this. Yeah, so let's have some code samples. That's a hello world or hello BornHack in Flutter. It's very easy. You have a top-level function run app which takes any widgets. Well, that would be pretty awful from design because it would be just an application displaying text. It's not that useful. Yeah. A bit longer sample is this one. It's an example of a stateless widget. Let's go through it. We give it a name. It's just a class extending a stateless widget. If you want to compose a custom stateless widget, you always extend this class. We take some parameters, a helper class called identity provider in this case, and a function handler acting on, well, when it is pressed. So basically what you see here is an implementation of a custom button. Yeah, you always have build methods for Flutter widgets. They provide all the data which is relevant for build, which is pretty much returning a widget. So that's why its signature is a widget. Yeah. In our case, we have an inkwell, which is Flutter's equivalent of a gesture detector, but a bit more high level. It has some fancy effects if you press on. That's why, yeah, you can use this inkwell. We give it some parameters and a child. This child is a padding in our case, and it consists of a column. That way, as you see it there, it's entirely static. There's nothing which can change. But I left out the content of the column. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, what we could place in this column is also widgets, of course. It was the column exposes a parameter children, which is a list of widgets. Yeah, there we have 3 in number. We have the material, we have a size box, and we have text. The text, let's go from bottom to top. It's easier in this case. The text just exposes a localized text, so localization in Flutter is very easy. There we have a constant widget, which is just a size box, which is constant entirely. And here we have something more interesting. We have a widget in a widget contained in a stateless widget, deciding on or checking some properties. We have the identity provider, a helper data class we defined somewhere else, I don't know, and visibly it has a property icon. And we can check this icon with an inline if statement and react on it. And as the widget is always rebuilt as soon as the parenting widget, so if we create it within some other widget, if we provide a new identity provider, for example, which has an icon, that would change because any stateless widget is immediately rebuilt if the parenting widget provides new data. In case there's no new data and the parenting widget is provided a new set state, it is not rebuilt. That's a question of performance. But on performance and rendering, we will have a look later. Yeah, now in the opposite, an example of a stateful widget. It's a very easy one. This is the widget itself, which is one class, and this is the state of this widget, which is another class. And as you see here, it takes no dedicated parameters. We ignore this key. That's a Flutter internal thing. We can just ignore it. And it creates a state, which results in this widget. So what does a state consist of? In this case, nothing but a build method and a tiny property. We define a color, which is pink, and we define a build method exposing a button which changes the color once it is pressed. There we have the very famous setState method, which is used all around Flutter. It changes the state of a stateful widget, or to be more precise, changes the state of a stateful widget, because this is just the state class. Yeah. So far, what it does is playing chameleon. It just changes the color once you press it. Now, let's have a look on what we can do in addition with it. I extended this class somehow. Now we have, if we look at the class itself, at the widget itself, we now have a property, a required property, the default color. And that's created once. And in the init state, which is a method which is called before the widget renders the first time, we just save the parenting widget's default color into our own property color. Later on, it's exactly the same. It changes the color later, just that I changed the pink color to... no, I did not change it. I forgot it. OK. Think of, yeah, it does exactly the same thing. And we added the didUpdate widget. DidUpdate widget method, which checks the same, or which does, or prevents us from the same what a stateless widget does. A stateless widget, if we remember, it is just being rebuilt if a property of it changes. This one is not immediately rebuilt. It can decide on its own whether it should rebuild, whether it should interact with the change of the parenting widget. So if we provide a new widget, so if this part is changed, for example, if we provide a new default color because we think pink is no longer fancy, we use green now, then we can check down here whether it changed, and in case it is changed, well, we don't do much but rendering it again, so it's not such a useful widget. Yeah, I think that was it with code samples and quick introduction into Flutter. Now we will move on to performance, animations, and motion. Yeah, I thought I'm not talking about motion and animation, and then I need animated slides. That's why I changed the slides. Yeah, why do we need animation? Animation can be used in software development for various different things. Here you saw it. It indicated some hierarchy. Let me check whether I can run it again, the animation. Yeah, you saw it was this list tile which expanded. That highly indicated this animation. Okay, it's now part of this list tile, and it's containing some hierarchical stuff of this list tile. That could be an example for the other space button. Yeah. The other one is status. Yeah, there you see it. A loading indicator, loading things later. This animation obviously indicates something is going on. If it was just a white screen, people would think, oh my god, my app is broken, and we want to avoid it because we should pay attention on user experience. Another thing is feedback. The animation of the tiles moving to the other place indicates that the action would be successful if it was ended at that point. That's another point of animation. Or user education. Press there and it didn't work, it bumped this way, so people know, I need to slide up. Yeah, that's another way of animation. So let's have a look on how we can achieve there using Flutter. Yay, a broken image. Okay, that's a bad way of UX design. One more broken image. Okay, broken images. Yeah, let's skip to the types of animations. Flutter provides several types of animations. The first one is an implicit animation. It's used for very easy tasks, simple animations. It's a low effort of creating them because they just take a value it's currently stuck at, a duration, and a curve. Yeah, curves could be, well, any curve you know. If you ever did animations, you probably already touched curves. It's just mathematical functions providing a current state of the animation, so a current value based on the time frame or whatsoever. Yeah, that's an example of a very easy implicit animation. It's an animated container. An animated container is a stateful widget provided by the Flutter framework, which simplifies animation by this implicit animation. So our container just checks whether the variable selected is true. In case it is selected, well, it obviously changes shape because the width and the height change, color changes, and so on. Yeah, and it takes, as mentioned, the duration, 2 seconds. So it's very easy. You just create a stateful widget, and once some things changed, you just change this variable, it rebuilds, and it exposes an awesome, beautiful animation, taking 2 seconds, changing color from red to blue, and so on. So that's a very easy and very performant way for easy animations on Flutter. But it's only a UI thing. You can't do very complicated things with this kind of animation. But we got other animation thingies too. Another type of an implicit animation is a tween animation builder. It takes a tween, which is pretty much a function in Flutter, providing an end and a start, and it animates from beginning to end, and so on and so on. And it has a builder. The builder exposes the interesting part is the angle, in our case, the value of the tween, so I called it angle because of this. In our case, it just returns a transform rotation, so we will see a spinning planet over there. It could be anything you build there. You could also make flying rockets using a tween builder, which starts at the bottom of the screen, flies up, and blah, blah, blah. Very easy. By using builders, Flutter consists of features many builders, and those builders just return a widget based on the given parameters, and yeah, you don't need a stateful widget in order to use this one, unlike an animated container, so it's in some positions even easier to use than an animated container. And you can do more complex things because you really build a widget or content based on this. Yeah, explicit animations, well, are the opposite of implicit animations. So implicit animations have been easy and low code effort, so explicit animations are not easy and not low code effort, but that's reason enough to have a look at them. They're used for very high, very complex animations which cannot be handled by implicit animations. So what's our recipe? If there's someone from the kitchen, that's how you cook an explicit animation. There's a Flutter mix-in. Mix-ins are part of Dart. It's pretty much an abstract class exposing some thingies, some options, some methods, some parameters. You can mix into another class, and there's a single ticker provider state mix-in. That's a mix-in providing a ticker provider, as it says, and a ticker provider is required for any animation controller, which is the next thing we need, in order to sync with the FeeSync, so the rendering of our current application. Because, well, our frames should repaint exactly as our application repaints, so that's why you need to synchronize it with the platform. And what you later do with this animation controller we created with the ticker provider is you listen on it, and every single time it changes, you set your state. So it's pretty much a stateful widget, but with some more stuff, with a mix-in. Yeah, that's an example. We define an animation controller. That's, by the way, deprecated Dart code. It's still a Dart prior Dart 2.12. That's, if you wonder, it's a bit older, but yeah, it still works. We define a controller. We assign something. You know, we have this ticker provider state mix-in, which we can expose via this, and that's what we synchronize it with. And later we listen on it and perform or execute the method update. And there we could place anything in. We could always, for example, change to a random new color. If you want people to get very tired eyes, you could, I don't know, do whatever there. Expose random colors, and then we build. So it's just a stateful widget we build, but it is being animated. Once the screen refreshes, it's just always being rebuilt. That's a bit of a more complex sample with some, for the content. There we also tell how long the animation would take. The controller.forward method tells it it should and again, it should just forward the animation infinitely. And a thing which is very important if you have an animation ticking, because the animation is being triggered on every single rebuild of the frame, we need to dispose it, otherwise it will continue retriggering rebuilds and wasting our performance once it's off the screen, or if it's no longer available. That's why such things must be disposed. If you're not interested in doing such things and don't want to optimize your performance with it, you can just take an animated builder, which simplifies this process. You just provide a builder for the animated builder and provide some metadata about the animation, how it should work, and yeah, that's pretty easy. We define a controller. We repeat it in this case, and we define later in the build method, we define the animated builder, define a child. And now it's becoming interesting because, and that's an interesting thing for performance, we statically define this child. It is not being rebuilt. The child is just static. It's a static widget. It's a container having some properties. It does not change. But later on, we have a builder consuming this child. So we animate it. We have static content being animated by the surrounding animated builder. And that's a huge difference of performance, whether you rebuild the child every single time or whether you define it once and just animate the surrounding. And that you should always keep in mind this when you do animations. Keep everything you can, keep everything in the child, everything which must not be animated. In our case, we just have the transform around it because everything apart from the transform is not necessary to be rebuilt. It is once created, it's, and we later just reuse it down there. If you want to have easy animations, take hero animations. They are mostly known in Flutter from the floating action button. Floating action button, for those who are not familiar with UX or UI design, it's material design, this prominent button in any mail application, you know, plus write an email. It's the principal action of an application. And yeah, they are very well animated in Flutter, and that's based on something called hero animations. And that's how they work. You have Flutter knows, okay, this hero is currently located on pixel X, pixel Y, and yeah, once we change the route, so navigate to a new page, it checks its size, its position, and has a curve keeping it on screen while performing the transition to the new page. It, yeah, magically transforms and animates into the new widget. That's very easy if you have static elements on your screen, for example, which should move around on a page route and you are not motivated to implement some complicated stuff. You can use those hero transitions because they simplify lots of work. Yeah, that's how you easily define them. Heroes take a tag, which can be anything which is comparable, and once yeah, you should never have two hero tags on the same route, because otherwise it does not know, okay, which one of those is the hero route, the hero tag I want to animate. Yeah, you define it once and you navigate to another page and you reuse this hero tag, and it's being moved to the new size, to the new position, and so on. So in this case, we would have a container which is contained somewhere on our first page, and on the second page it's magically becoming part of a card, which is a widget displaying a friendly card with a shadow and fancy borders. Yeah, and another way of animations is the animations package. The animation package contains pre-built animations for common use cases, features very high quality implementations, having low impact on the performance of your applications. Yeah, and also they cover use cases which are usually very bad to implement on your own. They're mostly available for huge and complex UI transitions, and compared to explicit animations for such edge cases and complex things, very easy to implement. So what kind of animations do we have built in there? For example, those container transformations. So the corresponding widget exposed by the animations library is an open container, which takes a position, a closed builder, and it's placed somewhere on the screen, and the closed builder is being built once it's closed. It moreover takes an open builder, which is built, well, once it opens, and you can thereby create such fancy floating action button as you see in the third sample, a growing plus button resulting in a page creating a new calendar entry. I mean, this is a very common use case to have things expanding, transforming into other pages, and that's how you can easily do this. It also integrates with Flutter's routing, so really you would not like to implement this on your own. So that's a typical animation. Yeah, that's what I already mentioned. That's how you do it. You define an open and closed builder, blah, blah, blah. Access transitions. I don't know if any one of you blamedly uses Gmail, but anyone who uses Gmail usually knows the login flow. You have the same page, and there's such a fluent scrolling transition to the next page where you enter the password after entering the email address. And this is something called access transition. There are different types of access transitions: horizontal, vertical, and yeah, z-axis. Yeah, growing z-axis, whatsoever page transitions. So it simply takes a widget, and once it changes, it will build this friendly animation to indicate that there's a flow into a particular direction of whatever we are doing. Here, proceed, next, and back. It's a typical use case. Or here with a stepper, an example too, where you step down particular steps, for example, instructions for some things for your IKEA cupboard. You could use it over there. Yeah. There are two types. There's one type meant for transitions of pages, so really transitioning from one page to another, so from a new route, and for within a route. That's just to be known. Yeah, and I think that's the last animation I have got for you, which is also very good in regard of performance, is animated icons. You probably know any music player which has an animated icon. If you play the play button, it transforms into a pause button. And yeah, there are some pre-built things, and they cover many common use cases, for example, thumbs up or things like that. Yeah. And you don't need to do anything but creating such an easy thing and providing a controller that makes it very easy to implement them. So it's usually easier than creating complex animations around static icons. If there's a predefined animated icon, that's the easiest way to implement them. So now, how does this fancy rendering work under the hood? Now we will have a look on how the engine works, its rendering works. We will have a look especially on the I/O-based engine, not on the web engine, because the web engine is in some point different because there are two implementations, so I won't cover it as of now. Yeah. We remember that this is how Flutter looks like. We have the framework and the underlying engine. So, how does it render? I found a very fancy graphic displaying this. We have the GPU of our device, which does, well, it renders. And it renders with a particular amount of frames per second, limited by the performance or whatsoever. Yeah, we get those frames per second transformed into a vsync, telling Flutter, okay, now render, new frame, new frame, new frame. And that's what our vsync does. And that's what we already saw with this ticker provider state mix-in, because this ticker provider state mix-in uses the vsync provided by the GPU and triggers the next frame of our animation. And then it's up to you to consume this information that there's a new frame to be rebuilt, and then, well, we just build the new widget. Flutter does the new layout, checks where the changed widgets come from, and it paints. And it repeats upon the next vsync token. And now there we have the difference between stateless and stateful widgets again, because when looking at stateless widgets, they just have the constructor and they are being built. And they may be used again with another build context. So if our parenting widget, let's stick at the example from prior, if we have a list view and many items and we decide to strike one item of the list and build a new thing, if their content is being constant, they are not being rebuilt. Yeah, they're just, and otherwise, if the content of this item is being changed, for example, if we have a name list and the first name is changed, well, then this widget would obviously rebuild. This is different at stateful widget. They just once they are created once and being you must implement them handling changes of the parenting data. So if we stick at the example with the name, if we have the first item in the list, and it's at the beginning, it's name A, and the stateful widget, for example, just displays the name, and it would later change. This stateful widget would not update, so it would keep name A even though it's already name B. Yeah, and that has a huge performance impact because stateful widgets can filter data or changes of the parenting widget, whether they are relevant to be rebuilt, and in case they are not relevant, they can just skip the rebuild. And that's the default setting. They are not being rebuilt if the parenting widget changes, unless you explicitly implement it. We already had it here as a flowchart again. It is created, then we call the init state, where the state is being initialized. Then the widget is being built the first time, and yeah, let's assume the parent changed, and then we have this did update config or did update widget, where we know whether our parenting widget changed. We can check whether we want to rebuild. In case we want rebuild, we can trigger the set state, which causes a rebuild. And otherwise, a stateful widget is not rebuilt, which has, as mentioned many times before, a huge impact on performance. If you reduce the amount of stuff being rebuilt to the minimum, you can have perfectly performant applications. And of course, well, we define stuff, we probably listen to streams or whatsoever, then we obviously need to dispose stuff in order to, don't keep garbage on screen. People made a fancy benchmark. I was talking lots about animations, so let's compare animations between Flutter, and I think I chose React Native to compare with because React Native is the framework or the software development kit which is usually compared to Flutter because it covers different similar use cases. You have one code base, you have also this widget-like structure, and it runs on mobile devices. There we see the first thing is basic scrolling. If you have a list view and scroll down programmatically, Flutter renders, well, it was tested on a device having 60 frames per second, so maximum is 60 frames per second, and Flutter reaches at rendering at 60 frames per second. Exactly the same thing in React Native is also almost at 60 frames per second, but it consumes more RAM and has a much higher CPU load because JavaScript is not that optimized for native execution. Another thing is many applications contain external libraries for animation, for example, to have complex animations created in external proprietary professional software. There we have runtimes, for example. And I was realizing Flutter is very bad at running proprietary animations. There we reached at 9 frames per second, while React Native with the corresponding library reaches at more than 3 times the animation. But if we implement the animation, which was a complex animation rotating, I think, 200 items and resizing, zooming, rotating 200 items on screen, which were GIFs too, so also having a huge rendering impact. Native animations in Flutter reached at almost 20 frames per second, and while exactly the same implementation on React Native just reached at 7 frames per second, which shows to me that Flutter is very good at management at state management, and is very good and effective at rendering. And I can just recommend you have a look at it. As mentioned, dartpad.dev if you just want to play around with it, or feel free to ask me for the question. This is the end of my talk, as far as I know.
Does anyone have questions? Yes.
Thanks for the nice talk. So Flutter can be used on many different platforms, but of course there's different form factors, maybe slightly different environments. So where do you see like the edge cases where you can't just use a desktop app on the mobile platform? Is there some things where you say it's absolutely not possible to do this on mobile and also on desktop at the same time? Where are the edge cases?
Well, Flutter itself first provides lots of stuff to create responsive layouts. So I think in regard of the form factor, it's not the question. But there are cases which Flutter is just not meant for. It's everything which touches 3D stuff, which touches game development. Flutter is not meant for this. Flutter is very performant at layouting, rendering stuff, which is, a normal application. But everything which is about 3D rendering or advanced graphic stuff, which is not rendering and animations, Flutter is just not meant for. Did this answer your question?
Any other questions? No? Thank you for the talk about Flutter.
Hallo? 1, 2, 3. Det lyder højt, gør det ikke? Okay, det lyder højt for mig. 1, 2, 3. Jeg kommer nok til at tale en lille smule højere, faktisk, hvis der er mennesker.
Let's give a welcome to Christian Clausen with Tesla's software quality.
Thank you very much. Everything's on. Good. Hello. Just a quick disclaimer. This is going to be a very code-heavy talk, but I guess here it's not really an issue. I sometimes do talk about more soft things, like teamwork and stuff like that, but today is going to be just very code-heavy. My name is Christian. I come from a company called Efficode, and I work as a technical agile coach. And not a lot of people know what that is, so I usually start by just breaking it down. Also because it's very different from the title that's become pretty widely used of just agile coach. The technical part is actually very important. So I'm called a coach because I like working with people, both individually and as teams. Agile, obviously, this is very hard to see, but it's the picture from the Agile Manifesto website. I like the Agile Manifesto, and I especially like the principle that says we should have continuous attention to technical excellence. So I go and talk to different organizations and teams about how to do test automation, clean code, pair programming, software architecture, branching strategy, all of these very heavy technical practices, very close to the code and very developer heavy. And now you might be thinking, if I'm teaching test automation, why is the talk called Testless? And the thing is, I started my testing journey when I was at university, right? I learned about testing and I was like, this is gonna be great, right? I loved it. Not only because there are like hundreds of ways to make TDD into like a drinking game, but also because I thought, this is awesome. I'll never have another bug. Which was like, it's a huge deal, right? I'd already been coding for a long time, and I've always been searching for this aesthetically perfect code, like code that doesn't have any errors at all. But spoiler alert, that's not quite how it went. In fact, it very quickly became a little bit difficult for me to work with testing. The first thing I ran into was how to actually test GUI. Like, that's not obvious how you can do something like that. Or something that's highly integrated, like how do we test complex systems? On top of the fact that it was very hard to actually do it right, it's also very easy to get it wrong. So there are three main categories that I see tests get wrong all the time. Like this one, for instance, doesn't test anything because if the inputs are equal, obviously the output's going to be equal. So that's nothing. Here we have something testing something that's actually not coded by us. There's a hash map or something like it's a third-party thing that we don't have control over. And the final category is when we test something that's essentially random, whether it will pass or not. In this case, inputting something into a database and then seeing that the created on date is today. And I literally had this in production at one of the customers I worked with, where it started failing at midnight, and then it was bells and alarms, and everybody should wake up, and something was wrong. And it turned out it used to run a little bit before midnight, so that then it was created on the same day, but because we just crossed midnight, it failed that one time. So it was basically random whether it would test or not, or at least it was very dependent on the surroundings. The testing foundation was further shaken when I learned that Dijkstra had this wonderful quote where he says, tests can only prove the presence of bugs, not their absence. And I wasn't looking to find out if it had bugs. I know my code has bugs. I wanted to know it didn't have any bugs, right? That's what I'm going for. Sticking with it, I eventually hit the industry, and I was like, okay, here must be where the White Castle of testing is. But I was pretty much the only person at that party. Like, nobody was doing testing, and I couldn't understand why. And so now that I've worked a lot in the industry and with a lot of different companies, I found out that the primary reason I see for people not doing testing is that it requires that we have a clean code base. But in order to get a clean code base, we need testing. And then we're sort of stuck, right? It's an infinite loop. One way to say all of this, or to sum it up, is to say that testing is like an approximative approach. You can get infinitely good at it. It can get closer and closer to telling you what you want to know, but you will never be exact, right? It'll never be a photograph. And some people like that. I'm more of an exact kind of person. I like having a real result with 2 lines under it, and then I'm done. And so I started thinking, well, if testing has all of these problems, like it's difficult to master, it's so easy to get wrong, we can't prove that it's correct, no one's doing it, and it requires a clean code base, why are we talking about it at all? Why does everybody know what testing is? And it's primarily because it's endorsed by some really, really smart people, like Kent Beck and Robert C. Martin and Martin Fowler. In fact, where I work, we have a saying, you don't want to disagree with Martin Fowler because he's unlikely to be wrong. And so we generally follow that, but in this case I started thinking about it, and I was like, well, if a lot of smart people succeed using some method, we can't actually really say anything about that method. They might just be smart enough to make it work. Sort of in a similar vein, if a lot of novices get something wrong, it's like it could just be because of inexperience. We can't really say anything. Where the interesting thing happens is if smart people tend to fail at something, and if novices tend to succeed at something, that's where we can actually say something about the method. And of course, we need to take into account like statistical fluctuation. We need a lot of smart people and a lot of novices. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. I've seen a lot of smart people not be good at testing or not have testing work for them. And I've never seen a novice just succeed out of the gate with testing. So that tells me there might be something wrong with the method. This same argument also applies to Scrum, by the way, if any of you know that. So it's like, okay, so then maybe testing isn't the thing. So maybe we need something else instead to do the job of it. And before we can start searching for it, I wanted to figure out what am I actually looking for. I'm looking for quality. And quality typically comes in 3 categories, at least in the places that I talk about it. It can be fast, it can be secure, and it can be correct. And correct here means doing what the programmer intended. For me, first of all, security is also an approximative method. It's like you can get better and better, but then the attackers also get better, so it's kind of a race to the top. Also, speed is typically not important in the context that I talk about. It's not at least as important as correctness, because I don't care how fast you can give me a wrong result. I want the right result. And there's also some research showing that correct code or clean code bases are generally more secure than unclean code bases. So correctness is the thing I'm going to talk about and synonymize with quality in this talk. Then if we want to eliminate all the errors and do what the programmer actually intended, we also need to categorize what are the types of errors we want to avoid. And there are also 3. There is or 3 we could go for. The first one is programming errors. So when that's something like a null pointer exception or array index out of bounds, something like that. It could also be infrastructure errors where a file is missing or something around the code isn't good. A database is replying slowly or something like that. And it can be delivery errors. Those are like the customer doesn't get what they actually expected or what they wanted to get at least. Typically, the third category is solved by, in a static environment by something like waterfall, and in a dynamic environment by something like agile. And I know basically nothing about the middle category, so I'm not very good with databases or with connections and all of that networking stuff. But I'm pretty good at programming, so that's the subcategory of quality that I'm going to focus on, how we can actually improve that. How's the speed? Am I talking quick, slow? Good? Good? Okay. Cool. Before we get into the real weeds, I just want to define a couple of terms that I use a lot, but it's not necessarily common knowledge, I guess. Invariance is a word I use all the time. And for me, when I say it, it means something that the developer knows, but the compiler doesn't know, right? It isn't aware of it. I'll get to a few examples in a second here. Then we have coupling, which is when code is shared between multiple teams. And if your team works as a bunch of individuals, then I would also consider each of them their own team. Like then you have single-person teams, and the coupling will be between those. Then we have fragility of a code base, which is when change in one place breaks something seemingly unrelated. And that happens all of the time due to the other 2 there. So here's a very, very small example. From here on, it's just going to be basically all code, or almost all code. In this case, these 2 lines both show invariance and coupling, which is super interesting. There are a few different invariants. The first one is that this addition down here, where we add 2, doesn't overflow. Right? That's something that probably we know, otherwise the code is broken at least. But the compiler isn't aware that this won't overflow. Another invariant is that as.length is something that's meaningful. Like from what we can see here, we can't actually say that as.length isn't infinite. And if it is infinite, then this will be an infinite loop, which is also probably not what we meant. It also shows coupling, because we can actually say something about this code, about the code we can't see from what we can see here. For instance, we can probably say what the type of AS is, which is interesting. So in this case, AS is probably an array, I would guess. It's also probably a numerical array of some sort. We can even say something about the language it's written in, because it has this uppercase L for length, which is quite uncommon. It's probably, the only one I know is C#. So probably this is some C# code. To contrast that to another way of writing the same thing, we could do something like as.map and then have this thing, this code down here has no coupling. We can't say anything about AS except it's probably a collection or something that has a map method of some sort. It still has the invariant that it doesn't overflow that was there before. But it has lower coupling and one fewer invariants. The reason coupling and invariants are important is that we have to keep them in our heads while we're coding, right? If we forget what sort of assumed about the code or what the previous developer knew, then we make the mistakes and then bugs get into the code. So we have to keep track of all of the couplings, all of the invariants, and that's just, we have limited capacity for that while also solving a problem. So that's why all of software architecture is about reducing the cognitive load of working with a code base. Cool. I'm going to use a running example of code so that we can see the same piece of code evolve over time or throughout the talk. And I've chosen a simple stack implementation because it's compact and it shows the things that I like to show. I'm using a language that's sort of like Java because Java is a very common language, but it's not exactly Java. I'm skipping the access modifiers and stuff just to have some space on the slide. I'm choosing to implement it using like a node class, so an internal node so that we don't have any bounds, right? We can have an infinite number of these nodes. Again, except for the infrastructure thing, it might run out of memory, all of that stuff. And then we have the simple stack here where we have just a push, a peek, and a pop, which are implemented in the way that we expect. Some interesting things about this. First of all, pop only returns something, or only modifies, it doesn't also return something, and that makes it a lot simpler to reason about. It's generally good advice to separate the mutators from the accessors, just so we have a clean interface. It's also generic, so it can have any type of element in it, and we can reuse it. And we use null to represent the empty stack. Yeah, so as you can see from the fact that it can either be null or a node, and a node has an element. Cool. So this example is interesting because it has some of the, it illustrates the most common problems that I see in object-oriented code bases normally. The first one is null pointer errors, and here we have two places where they can happen. They can happen at the peak and at the pop. So that means because we have a possible error, we also have an implied invariant. The invariant here is top cannot be null when we call peak and pop, which also is a fairly simple invariant for a stack implementation, at least it's very common. Another potential issue comes from the fact that we have side effects. In this case, we have two specific assignments here to the top element. And side effects are interesting because they're not always undesirable, but they might be, and at least they can be dangerous. To see why they can be dangerous, imagine we have this stack being used with two different threads here, T1 and T2. T1 just pushes till elements and then pops them again. But T2, at some point in the middle, will go in and then take one off and put a 5 instead, right? Which, for the most part, this will succeed, but sometimes T2 will jump in there while the stack is actually empty, and then the program will crash because they're sharing the same stack, the same memory. This doesn't have to come from threads. It can also come from two separate systems that are far away from each other in the code base, where one of them modifies a stack that's also used somewhere else in the code. And then if we make a bug over in the UI system, it might be reported or it might be influenced in the finance system, and that makes it very difficult to debug systems like this. So side effects, the invariant caused by side effects is that they encourage non-local effects. We can have effects that are arbitrarily far away from each other. And if that's what we want, of course, that's great. If it's not what we want, that might make it dangerous. We also have another actually potential for this, which comes from the fact that the node class is entirely mutable. So anyone can do anything to this so long as they have access to it. The common solution in this case, at least, would be to make node an internal class to the stack, so only from inside the stack can you reach it, sort of encapsulating it, and thereby limiting the scope of where you can change it. But that still means that 6 months after I've implemented this stack, if I go back and make some changes, and I break the invariant of the node, then again we have bugs in the code. We also have the final potential problem here is the fact that we have class-level generics. In this case, it's an instance of something called early binding, and I'll get back to that a little bit later. But the invariant, at least, is that once we instantiate this, the type will never change, right? Because it can't change. That's how generics work in this case. The reason that's a problem is we might want to implement something like a map method. So for example, consider we have a stack with these elements, then we might want to implement a method that goes through and multiplies each of them by 2, and then we have this stack as an output. If we now try to go and call this same initial stack with divide by 2 instead and give me the number as a floating point, we'll have a type error. That's not possible because it can only store ints at the moment. So that's the thing. And the reason that's a problem, here I've implemented it, or at least written the obvious way of writing map. We have this assignment down here at head, the one I've made red. I hope red is visible because I've tried to highlight the important things with red. So the assignment down there means that the input function here is forced to have the same input type and output type. So T and T at the top. And that's not what we want. We want something that can transform these to anything like objects or whatever. We might want to do crazy things. So I've come up with 6 principles that are going to fix all of these issues and improve the code a whole lot. And they're all driven by the compiler, which is super cool. The first one is to use immutability. In a lot of languages like Java and TypeScript and other languages, it's fairly straightforward to make something immutable because we can add the keyword final. This is very difficult to read. If it's not important, it's grayed out, so just, although I guess it's a little bit important. So we add final to all of the fields, in this case, both in the node and in the top, or in the stack. And that means we now have a bunch of errors in the code. Is it sort of visible? Yeah, but I can't go and change like 90 slides. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, we have some issues because we have 2 assignments now, and these variables are made final, so we're not allowed to assign to them anymore. The solution here is to go and, so the compiler will tell us these are errors, right? We don't have to look for these ourselves. Once we've made them final, the compiler will be like, here are all the places you can't change. Then the solution is to go and actually wrap them in new stacks every time we wanted to make a modification and then return that instead. So we change all the void functions to be stack functions instead, and then now this works again. Except we still have an assignment in the map function. This assignment is now illegal. And if we try to fix that, we're going to have to juggle a lot with these different values because we are sort of changing the type of the node. And so we need to move both all of the tail elements and the current element at the same time. And there are sort of 2 ways to do this. There is the easy way and the hard way. The reason this can be hard is that we have this definition of node that is recursive. It refers to itself in tail. And so that means if we're trying to do all of this with loops, we'll have a really hard time trying to make that sort of work. But if we're trying to go through it with recursion, that's a lot easier because the data type is recursive. So when you have recursive data, it makes sense to go through it with recursion, and that's the second principle. Use recursion. And I just want to share one of my pet peeves with you guys. I think a lot of people know what recursion is, and a lot of people know this sort of meme over here. In order to understand recursion, you must first understand recursion. But the thing is, I have a different take on recursion than I think most people present it. And so I hope I can still add a little bit of new stuff by explaining how I see it. First of all, recursion has 2 rules. The first one is you have to handle all of the cases as either a base case or a recursive step. That sort of makes sense. But the second rule is it has to have at least 1 base case. Otherwise, it's not recursion. It's something else. It's called co-recursion. I'm not going to talk about it here. But the thing is, that means this over here is not a valid meme because it has no base cases, right? So really, it doesn't work at all. But these 2 rules are actually going to take us through. If we want to just make a function that does the mapping, like we had before, as a recursive function, we can actually just go through the rules and sort of extrapolate how it should look without thinking, which is the important thing, right? Because we want to take stuff out of our brains while we're coding. The first thing we need to consider is what should the type be of the thing we're trying to implement? Well, it should take a function that can take something from T to B, and then it should take the current stack, which is a node of type T, and then it should return something that's a stack of type B. So when we have that, we can say, what are the cases we have? Well, we have 2 cases. We have null and the node. Those are the 2 possible values. And node is the recursive one. So already there's a hint. That means null must be a base case. And we can just input the only value we have, which is return null. Once we know that node is the recursive step, we also know that we need a recursive call somewhere in the node code. So that can go just there. to satisfy the types that we've put in, we have to instantiate a new node, otherwise we have nothing, and the only thing that can go in that last spot is f.apply head. And so without thinking at all, just following what the compiler is asking us to do, we can actually only have this correct implementation of how that looks. And the only thing we need to replace this old function is to have a wrapper function that just makes the interface a little bit nicer and hides the fact that we have an extra argument on our recursive version. The helper over there has 2 arguments and we only want 1. So from doing that, we've actually fixed our typing issue. Now it says B in all the right places, and we actually have the map function that we wanted to have in the beginning. And I just want to underline what are the advantages we get from using recursion here. The thing is, we barely had to think while we were implementing it, because the types were sort of motivating what we had to do. At each step, it was like there's only really one thing to do, and so we just follow what it's telling us to do. The second thing is that we can reason about each of the cases separately from each other. So there's a lower coupling, so to say, between the things. If we were trying to do the same thing with loops, all of the things would sort of interact with each other all of the time. But here, we could say, well, null has to do this, and the other case has to do this, and forget about everything around it, which allows us to sort of eat an elephant in small bites, so to speak. And there's like this is not a coincidence that these things happen and we get these things out of this. And I really just want to share with you some of my passions for this stuff. And if the theory stuff and like very theoretical stuff isn't quite your cup of tea, feel free to check your email now. While the slides are blue, it's going to be about very theoretical stuff. The thing is, like 100 years ago, this guy invented something really, really useful, right? He invented numbers, and it was a total game changer. Of course, people have been using numbers before then, but the thing is, this guy's numbers were a little bit different in a very important way, because we called them piano numbers. I don't know if he called them that. That would have been a little bit selfish. But he defined them as a number being either 0, or it can be the successor of another number. And the reason that's important is that he also had a statement to go with these things. And he said, if you can prove that something is true for 0, and you can prove that if it's true for one number, it's also true for the next number, then it's true for everything, right? It's true for all the numbers, even ones you haven't checked, and even ones nobody has ever checked or even ever thought of. Like, all of the numbers are now under this property, which is amazing, and it's so powerful that it's a cornerstone of mathematics called induction, structural induction to be precise. And being mathematicians, of course, they had to find a very complicated way to write it, so they write it like this, but it really says the same thing, and it's not important for what this says. The thing is, if I, as a programmer, want to implement a function to do something a number of times and then give me back the result, I would need to know 3 things, right? So here, I just want the result back, some generic result, I don't know what it is, but I need to know 3 things. What is the starting point? What do I do at each step? And how many times do you want me to do it? Right? These are the 3 things I need to know to do something. And this looks a little bit familiar, at least it does to me. I can make it even more visible what this sort of represents, right? Because we have all of the same elements, although not quite in the same order. We write the return value at the start in a lot of languages, but if the return goes at the end, then this is literally the same thing. So really, induction is the type that recursion would have if we just wrote up the type, which is just an incredible fact. That means that while we are coding in a recursive way, our compiler constructs a proof behind our backs that all of the types work and all of the things are correct. And that's immensely powerful. Of course, we can still have mistakes, but we're trying to hit the bullseye of correct code. And where before we could make both small and big mistakes, with the compiler actually proving something, it's now a big green thing. Difficult colors. We can't make small mistakes anymore because the compiler will detect them now. So we can only make really big mistakes or no mistakes at all, or get compile errors, of course, until we get it correct. And luckily, it's less likely that we'll make big mistakes because most people will be like, oh, wait, what am I doing at all? And then stop and reassess what direction they're going. So that means we already have eliminated a bunch of errors from this. Okay, that was like a lot of the theory part. There's only a little bit more theory later. But let's get back to the next principle. Prefer later binding. That's the thing I promised I would just reiterate at the start of the thing. The thing is, in this code, we have this, we now have this node element and this other variable that keeps a node element, but node is entirely immutable. So there's really no point in encapsulating it anymore. There's no danger in exposing node directly. So we can just remove the field and then have the regular node just be what it wants to be all the time. And that also means that we can now go and look at these different places where we use stack. We obviously don't have stack anymore. Now they need to be node because we're exposing the node. And that also means we need to add the argument because before it was a field, now it's a parameter. So we just moved something from the state to be a parameter instead. Everywhere. And now that we've done that, this T that the stack has, oh, I can't go away from the camera. This T that the stack has isn't binding any data. It's not important. So we can actually just postpone it and put it on each of the methods instead. And now this is not so much a stack as it is just a class of utilities to work with a stack. So we also rename it because it's a little bit nicer. But this is really cool because now, where we before had to make a stack for integers and a stack for floating point and a stack for objects, we can use this stack utils for any type. It doesn't care. And all of the methods just work. They can even be static if we want to save memory for some reason. Yeah. And it's a really powerful technique. The later we lock in our decisions, the more reusable the code becomes. And that's general. That doesn't only apply to like generics. It also applies to other things. In this case, we have like two versions of a sorting algorithm, and then we have a master method to sort of select which algorithm you want to run for, I don't know, testing purposes or whatever. But in this case, if I want to change this, I need to actually go and change the code. We can contrast it to using instead something like an interface and then have different classes implementing that same interface that then call the same code, right? It still calls quicksort, it still calls insertion sort. But the thing is, if I want to change this code, I need to go into the code, change the code, recompile it, and redeploy it to make the change. Whereas this code over here, I can go and add a new class, compile it separately from the other code, and then just, as long as the code has a way of loading in new code, I can just plug it in while it's still running. I don't need to touch any of these things. So that means we can have like change by addition instead, which is also super nice. Yeah, cool. Getting back to the stack, we have an issue now. We still can have null pointer exceptions because we still use null to represent an empty stack, and it's in these cases, in this case. So there's a very simple solution for this. Don't use null. Unfortunately, a lot of languages don't support you disabling null entirely, but we can. There is a solution that we can use, and then just if we're very vigilant and if we're very, very good with our other code hygiene, we should be able to eliminate them, checking third-party things and stuff. The solution is to use something called null object pattern, where we instead make a new class called empty to represent an empty stack instead of null, and then we make an interface. And then we have both the node class and the empty representing class implement that new stack. That also means, of course, that node is no longer just pointing to a node, it's pointing to something that can also be empty. And then now, apart from the fact that we don't get these, we can also specify now at each place whether we want a stack that's possibly null or definitely not null. Because whenever we say node, we know that it is not empty, right? It can only be something. So now we can't have null pointer exceptions. We have so precise types that we can say exactly what we want as our input. And then the compiler will help us figure out if someone's calling it wrong or prevent them from. So now there are no longer null pointer exceptions. We do have a new error that the compiler is informing us of. At any point in this, the compiler is telling us what to do next. It's not like we have to do a lot of thinking. It's saying that one over there doesn't really work because we have a null check and we don't use null anymore. So obviously that's never going to trigger. And in fact, we wanted to check if something is an instance of the empty class. And Java programmers will be quick to suggest something like instance of, but that breaks the next principle we're going to go into. Don't use runtime types. The thing is, runtime types are sort of like, they're not some part of the compiler, right? It doesn't know anything about them. So it's sort of telling the compiler to back off, but it's a really powerful tool. I've been working on this code to compiler dictionary to just explain to people what they're actually saying to the compiler when they put these things in their code. The first one is if you put a cast, you're just telling it, I know what the type is, you don't. Like, I know better than you. And it's literally a type checker. Like, that's its job. And it spent 40 years becoming one or something. You also have something like instance of where it's like, I don't know, we'll just check it at runtime. We'll just see, maybe it's an instance of this thing. Yeah. Again, it's like, it's not a very, very codey thing to put in there. We have dynamic types where it's like, I don't care, so you shouldn't either. Just let it be, let me do whatever I want. And finally, the worst one is like reflection, where it's like, I can literally do your job, right? All of these are very rude. Don't do this with your compiler. It's like, you're saying to the compiler, stand back, I got this. And then, the compiler will stand back, and it will happily watch you yeet yourself off of a cliff somehow, which is super uncomfortable. So the reason, this is super important, again, a little bit of theory, is that we have these very strong type systems. Type systems have two properties that we actually want of them. They can be sound, which means if there are no type errors on compile time, then there are not going to be any runtime errors, which is very nice. They can also be decidable, meaning they don't run forever. That's cool of a compiler to stop eventually. At least it sucks when it doesn't. Unfortunately, all of the languages that we tend to use are neither of these two, but they're close enough. We can sort of just pretend that they are. And that means that we have this thing. If a type system is sound, we don't need the runtime types. There's actually no reason they're in there. And in fact, Java was born without instance of, because it is not necessary for its type system at all. And that means we can sort of simulate that. If we don't use the runtime types, we get what's called theorems for free. We get a lot of things being true about our code and about working with the code that we can sort of rely on. Both in a very, very theoretical way. There's a paper there, but I won't go into Reynolds abstraction theorem for polymorphic lambda calculus right now. But we also get it in a very practical way. In rules like this one, if we delete a declaration and the compiler doesn't complain about it, then that code was unused. That's true if you don't use runtime types. Of course, if you use runtime types, you don't know. Like, anything might happen. And in fact, I was with a customer once helping to refactor the code base. And I start always by asking, do you use cast, do you use instance of, do you use these runtime types, do you have reflection? And they say, no. We know from university that's bad, we're not going to do it. I'm like, okay, that's good. So after a while of refactoring, we got to this nasty code deep in their code base where it had a bunch of declarations. I'm like, are these even used? And they're like, we don't know, we don't remember this code. And I'm like, try deleting them and see if the compiler complains. And we deleted them, the compiler was fine, and we continued coding until we reached another part of the code where it turned out they were using a tool, something with automapper or something, where it would go and actually fetch from the declaration what the variables were. And that meant we couldn't rely on anything. We had to go back and undo all of the deletion we've been doing because they use reflection in a library. So we get these things if we don't rely on the runtime types at all. And also, while we're talking about runtime types and static types, I also need to mention the broccoli of programming, exceptions. Everybody hates them. Everybody knows they're good for you. Yeah, what are we going to do? My advice is always use checked exceptions instead of unchecked exceptions, at least, of course, for the same reason that I'm saying that the types are important everywhere else. This is also a way that a runtime. So now, because we're using visitor pattern. And the thing is, in doing so, we actually have this thing that this ST down here actually pointed to this one, which would have caused an infinite recursion. In fact, all of the implementations of map we've seen had infinite loops in them, and I'm betting nobody noticed, which is super, super unfortunate. That's also a very common problem in object-oriented code bases. But this one over here shadows the outer ST, so it will actually work. So this is the first version that actually works of all of the code. And the thing is, we encountered a wild design pattern. In fact, and I'm talking about strategy pattern. In fact, it has a tendency to pop up in a lot of places, and it's sort of been lurking all throughout this presentation. In the introduction that I did when I introduced the example, there was like a strategy pattern hiding up there. When we talked about piano numbers, there was a strategy pattern there. Later binding had one over there with the algorithms. We had one for null object pattern. It's literally a strategy pattern. Visitor pattern also has one. Ooh, this animated, not good. Yeah, but it's down there. And the reason that this strategy pattern emerges everywhere is because it's sort of fundamental for everything we've been talking about. And I'd like to just show you how it emerges, because in the original blue book handed to us by the Gang of Four, it's sort of here you draw your entire design as a UML diagram and then spot where all of the variation points are going to be. And it's like, that's not what happens in the real world at all. Instead, I like to see strategy pattern as something that emerges when you actually unify two pieces of code that are similar. In this case, I have a method for finding the maximum number of an array, and also to sum all of the numbers in an array. And these are pretty similar, so we might want to unify them. The first step is to go and pick out all of the things that are different, right? One step first. First, we make them a little bit more similar by, instead of having the addition and the if, we actually push it into just say, have one equals and then a something in there. So now we can go and pick out everything that's different. And so we'll end up with these pieces of code. All of that is the equal stuff, and these two are also equal. So we only need to continue with one of them. We just pick whatever. Now we just need to fill all of these holes, and then we have our implementation. The first thing is the variable, and that's very easy to fill. We just put something like result or some variable name. The second thing is we need to know what the starting thing is, so we just add that as a parameter. Whenever we don't know what to add, we can just put it as a parameter. And then we have the big hole in the middle, which is the hardest one to fill. So we can just go and add a new interface to say, I don't know what's going to run here, but you can just hand it to me and then add a new parameter as we did before. So here, just something that takes two numbers that does something with it. And now the only thing we need to fill in is the name of the thing. And in a lot of languages, this is called reduce. It is also called fold or whatever. It has a lot of names. Naming is, of course, notoriously difficult, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Now we can go and we can actually take the maximum function that we had at the beginning and implement it using this new reduce thing. So we just call reduce with the red value from our input and then the function that we're using down there as the maximum operator. And the same we can do with the sum. We just call reduce, but with 0 and then the addition down there. And here we have it. The operator thing that we made where we didn't know what to put is a strategy pattern. It just appears from unifying similar code. And you can unify any code by just doing these same things, right? This one, as soon as you have that anywhere, it's a strategy pattern. And it's super powerful. It's like, that's one of the things that make all of what we talked about possible. So if you take just one thing away, first of all, the talk has literally 6 things in the description, so it's unfortunate if you can only remember one. But if you can, it should be how powerful strategy pattern is, because it is amazingly powerful. And if you can have an extra thing, it should be how powerful the compiler is. Because when you have the strategy pattern managing the coupling, and you have the compiler eliminating the invariance, these two together can save any code base. Like, they can find almost all of the issues that are going to be in there, even without any testing or running the code at all. At university, when we were studying programming languages, we had sort of a joke where we said, well, exceptions are for people who actually run their code. We never do that. We just type it, and then it's probably good. Deploy it, ship it. These have been the 6 principles that we've been using to actually unlock the power of strategy pattern and of the compiler. It's been use immutability, field should be final or read-only, use recursion to match the data, recursive function, prefer later binding, later decisions, give us more reusability. We have don't use null, and instead use null object pattern. And don't use runtime types, so no cast, no instance of, no dynamic, no reflection. And use algebraic data types instead, something like visitor pattern. And all of these have been compiler driven. Like we never had to make any of the decisions ourselves, basically. The compiler tells us where the errors are, where we need to go and fix these things. And each of them have, literally, you can look up the solution. So this is much more likely to succeed even for novices that are just following blind rules without much understanding. This will work, whereas testing tend to not. Thank you very much for your time.
Is there anyone who got questions? We have two.
So what's your take on the choice of the use of functional programming languages?
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah, that it seems that a lot of these principles are kind of like very much baked into functional programming languages. So what's your take on that? And what's your take on discipline? No, because I feel that, you know, if you can cheat, one will cheat eventually. No, like if like there's not like a strong enforcement for following certain rules, like you will cheat. Like I will cheat. No, like someone else will cheat. No, like someone else will not follow this. No, whereas like where like there's like other kind of like there's languages where these principles are very much baked into the language itself. No?
Yeah.
And like also kind of like the like, would you consider convenient to also learn? Would you consider convenient to learn functional programming languages as an object-oriented? I feel also that the use of functional programming languages has changed the way I think about the state and mutability in object-oriented.
Yes. Yeah. So I'll just recap what I think the question is, because it's a little bit hard to hear. So you're asking how this relates to functional languages and whether I would recommend getting into functional programming if you're already an OO. Is that correct?
Yeah, and also discipline, no? Like how much discipline takes part in following this.
Yeah. Okay. So this is of course very closely related to functional programming, and the principles are stolen directly from functional programming, because functional programs tend to have fewer bugs. So that's sort of the secret to this whole thing. But the other thing that once you've been in the industry or you've met people and you've talked to a lot of developers, you'll notice that the second you say functional programming, they stop listening unless they already know everything you're going to say. So it's very difficult to talk to other people. Like it's very segregated right now with the functional programmers and the OO. So my sort of life mission in a way has been to sort of help OO programmers get all of the same advantages that FP gives you, but without ever scaring them off. And so all of these things apply equally to both paradigms. But as you say, it's more natural to do some of these things in a functional setting, but it is very hard to go from OO directly to FP. If you don't understand these principles, you are going to have to learn both the new paradigm, the new syntax, the new standard library, and like change your entire way of thinking. And that just isn't how humans are built. So what I'm trying to do is bridge that gap by making smaller and smaller steps so you can choose the appropriate tool for the appropriate task. And being a former programming language researcher, I'm language agnostic. I just switch between them very fluently where something makes more sense. So I think if you are an object-oriented programmer now, depending on how young you are, if you're in your early 20s, I still think you should learn a functional programming language. In fact, I think you should learn multiple different paradigms. And in the olden days, people like to say that you should learn one new language a year. I think it's a pragmatic programmer says one language a year. I think that's not going to help a lot of people, because there are so many frameworks now that we also need to learn that probably learning a new technology is a better piece of advice. But also because a lot of languages are very closely related. Like if you know Java and then learn C#, that will take you 2 hours. And it's like you're done for the year. It's sort of, but it also hasn't contributed anything to the way that you think. So learning a new paradigm is much more helpful if you're young. If you're sort of in an established career, I think still sticking to the principles instead and mastering your craft will probably be better spent than learning a completely new paradigm, just because of the effort it is to go up that steep learning curve.
Yeah. In the discipline, like in the role of discipline, how would you tackle that? Like pull request reviews, like like how do you deal with like this need of like enforcing a certain discipline?
Yeah, I don't like pull requests because they're unrecommended by all of the research we have on software practices because they tend to put in a blocker into your pipeline, and you want code going as streamlined through your pipeline as possible. So don't like pull requests, at least not when they are asynchronous. I love synchronous pull requests when you have two people looking at the same code at the same time, right? Or even the whole team. When you're working as a team and staying intact, learning these things becomes possible. If you have one programmer and you teach him, here are 6 new principles, they're really cool, they're going to do amazing for you with no work at all, then immediately when they see the first ticket of real work they're going to work on, they fill up their capacity with that ticket, and then they continue. So you can't build new habits when you have someone already doing work. And so I always, when I work with team, enforce pair programming and mob programming at least one day a week, because then they can actually build new habits and they can start doing things. And something like teaching people to commit more often or smaller or new messages, it's impossible if you just tell them why it's important. They will agree with you for an hour and a half, and then they'll go and do the same thing they did yesterday. So you're not going to change anything. So pair programming and mob programming, that's how you build new habits.
Thanks for the very nice talk. So this was a lot of Java-focused code. And I was wondering, do you also have criticisms for more recent languages? Because especially languages like Rust have addressed all of these concerns, but there's probably something that maybe you say, okay, this is still not quite right.
What do you mean not recent? Java's from like the 90s. Or something. I could have done this in Fortran. So the question, just to recap it, is whether newer languages are better on some of these things. And certainly Rust is like a prime example of that, and TypeScript as well. They have amazingly cool type systems that are new and revolutionary and can do things that no other language really can. They were both included actually in the none of the new languages have it either. Unfortunately, they're neither sound nor decidable. I think Rust should be the de facto standard for embedded code because it is both faster and it has the borrowing type system, which eliminates a whole bunch of especially multi-threading issues and stuff like that. I think Rust is really cool. I tried implementing my own Rust because I thought it was an interesting case study, but I didn't get very far. It's very complicated. I also think with TypeScript's union and intersection types, you can also encode even more information into your compiler. The more you can teach the compiler about your code, the better it can help you. So I think modern languages are getting better at that, especially also with the more rise of functional code embedded into it. So you have arrow functions in a lot of languages, and that's a prerequisite to do most of this stuff in some way. And so as long as if you have legacy systems, they're going to have something like instance of or reflection, and everything's going to be out the window. Newer languages, I think, are better at not making it so easy to break at least the compiler. I'm hoping we're moving to a better place. There's also a lot of rise in the new languages that come out that have functional, either cores or entirely functional. So I think it is getting better, but I still think we have probably 15, 20 years of OO, I'm guessing.
All right. Thank you to Christian for this talk. If you have more questions, he is probably available for some time. Thank you for a talk about code quality.